Joaquin, I was wondering what the energy level would be like on a welterweight fight week, but it seems like
oh, we good.
Yeah.
We right where we belong, man. You know what I'm saying? I woke up at I think 178 today. You know what I mean? So the weight feel good. You know, my energy's high. And I don't know if y'all see it, but you know what I mean? I'm feeling good. It look good. You know, I don't look all sucked out and depleted like a lot of these fighters. So, yeah, we 100.
Yeah, I was actually kind of worried. I was like, I wonder what he's going to look like coming in here. But it looks like you, I mean, is this a spot you should have been all along?
I should have been here the whole time, but it is what it is. I came in for that check. That's the only reason why I was at middleweight. You know what I mean? They gave me an opportunity to fight at 185 when they seen me fighting at 185 for LFA. And, you know, that's why I stayed there. And me getting those knockouts at 185, I felt good there because a lot of people don't realize I didn't cut any weight to get to middleweight, you know? So I walked around 185, 183, you know? And I was just able to walk into that cage and just be me. But now I actually have to, I wouldn't say sacrifice, but actually be disciplined on what I eat with my nutrition. But it's better for me, you know what I mean? Way more healthier for myself, you know, and my conditioning is even better because I have to work on my conditioning even more. You know, I'm a little skinny, you know what I mean? The muscle's still a little defined, but I'm not bulking as much, so I feel like I'm in a healthier weight class for myself.
So when you talk about, like, just dialing in I mean, is it like an entire lifestyle change?
It's got to be a lifestyle change, you know what I mean? For any fighter that's planning on moving down or cutting this type of weight, you know what I mean? You got to change the way you eat. You got to change the way you sleep. Everything, you know what I'm saying, is a part of this game when it comes to these weight cuts, you know?
Was it the setbacks that forced you to make this decision, or did you kind of know that you were always going to get
yeah,
it?
Yeah. I got tired of getting knocked out. I ain't going to lie to you. Yeah, man, being at 185, you know, you got a lot of heavy hitters out there, you know. But one thing about me, mentally, I'm not scared to fight anybody. But sometimes that's the problem. So it's not about being scared. It's about being smart, you know. So right now I feel like me being at 170, I feel like even though I took losses at 185, they prepared me for these moments at welterweight. The resistance and the strength that I was dealing with at 185, man, I'm about to run past these dudes at welterweight. Let's get this money.
That seems like a very mature approach. Do you feel like you matured a little bit? Like you want to fight the biggest, baddest dude out there, but you realize, guys that are my size.
You know, I just turned 29, so I guess you could say that. But, you know, it's just common sense, you know what I mean? So if I keep allowing myself to go out there at 185, yeah, I might succeed, have a couple victories, but I just got to look at the data. I lose too, you know what I mean? So I just look at that data like, hey, I'm not trying to be a 50-50 fighter. You know, I want to be, you know, undefeated this year, you know what I mean? Not take no losses and make my way up to that welterweight belt.
The lifestyle change hasn't forced you to change your approach to social media, right? You're still
No. Social media is the most important part. You already know that, you know. And I feel like, you know, my biggest thing I learned from you guys, you know, is constant work every day, man. Being able to put yourself out there or promote other people and stuff like that. So right now my mind has changed and it's been shifted, not as just a fighter, but as a businessman when it comes to my platform.
Were you always like growing up and stuff? Were you always like, do you enjoy entertaining people or whatever? Because it's a good feed, man. You know?
Yeah, I don't want to say entertaining people, man. It's just my personality, you know. So you know, I feel like some people love it, some people hate it, but either way, I'm just being me, you know. So yeah.
Nice. All right. Well, we got to focus on the fight right now. Matchup that you got here at Dangerous Guy as well. I mean, what did you think about this fight when they put it together?
I think the UFC want me to catch a good body, you know. So this is a good matchup for me, though. You know, this guy is gonna come in there and try to bang. You know, he's gonna give me everything that I'm looking for, and it's gonna be exciting, you know, for me, you know. And I just feel like, you know, this is the time to show up and show out because of the fight cards, you know. And no disrespect to any other fight on there, but just for me, I just feel like ain't nobody finna do it like I do it, you know. So I feel like this is one of the fights that I need to go ahead and show out for the UFC.
Nice. Last thing for me, you pick up a big win here. What's the goal? I mean, you were super busy last year. Didn't necessarily get all wins, but you were very busy. You've had some time in between fights. Like, what's the goal here?
Shit, back to getting busy. you know, because Andre Fialho, he has his emotional support dog, whatever. Hey, I know it's mental health month, you know, but what my therapy is that cage, you know, and I love stepping into that cage because I get to freely express myself, you know what I mean, without looking crazy, you know. So I feel like as more I'm consistent in the cage, the better I get every single time, you know. So I'm definitely trying to get back busy. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Have you seen much tape on your opponent? What are your thoughts on his striking?
He got power. You know what I mean? Everybody got power until that second round and third round show up. But, you know, that's it. You know, I just can't allow this kid to touch me, you know what I'm saying, in the beginning of the rounds because all his finishes come by the first, you know. So that's it.
And since you're dropping down a little bit, do you feel like your stamina and your cardio is going to be able to go a little bit further with that power now that you dropped down a bit?
Man, I'm vicious right now, bro. I don't know. I shouldn't even give out my little technique, man, but we've been doing something a little different. So the way that we've been training in the sauna, and I've been doing 5-minute rounds in the sauna for 3 rounds. You know what I mean? Yeah, which is just a minute break and hopping right back in that thing. But the power didn't go away. The whole time I kept the power. You know what I mean? So, yeah. We about to have a good time in this fight. Yeah.
And trading partners never trade punches. What are your trading partners saying about you, the move down? What are their thoughts on how well you're performing? And
you said trading punches?
Your training partners.
Training partners. Okay, what about them again? I'm sorry.
Well, because the training partners, they won't pull any punches. They'll tell you what they're really thinking about you. Now that you've made this move, the guys that you're going and training with.
Yeah.
What are they saying about the difference?
Well, they like to move for me. You know what I mean? And I wouldn't even say my training partner is back in Michigan, but here at Extreme Couture, they keep it 100. And they keep it real. Sean Strickland, Chris Curtis, you know what I mean? Eric Nixick, man, they keep it a buck, you know what I mean? Because, I might not be a part of the team, but I feel like it's a mutual respect there, you know what I mean? And they never gonna have a biased opinion. And they gave me some good tips for this fight. Yeah.
Who are some of your favorite training partners over there at Extreme?
Oh man, Chris and Sean for sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, and last for me, keys to a victory. What needs to happen to make sure you get your arm raised on Saturday?
I'm going to do everything in my power to get my arm raised, but at the end of the day, I want to show up and show out like I keep saying, and I want this to be one of the type of performances that, leave Dana and leave the UFC staff and everybody saying, get that boy all the bonuses again, That's the type of performance that I want to leave at the end of the day,
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Joaquin, what was it like, training at Extreme Couture a couple years ago, and then having to fight Chris, and going back and
Albert first, then Chris.
Right.
You know what I mean? I guess we can go back on that maturity thing, So when I went to go train with them at first, everything was love and everything of that nature. And then I got a fight with a bus, Magomedov, I believe his name is. He pulled out the fight. And then I got a call from my manager that Albert Durayev, who trains at Extreme Couture, wanted to fight me. So at first I thought it was like, man, come on, bro. Like I just went over there, I went to go train with y'all. Why you want to fight me for? And all this other stuff, you know what I mean? And y'all know how that fight happened. But then I was like, all right, let's make it personal now. Let me hunt down Chris Curtis type stuff, right? And he did what he did to me, you know what I mean? And I realized, I was like, bro, this game ain't personal. It's just business at the end of the day, And if I could still use this mentality, whatever, with the maturity and stuff like that, I realized, like, bro, you can train with the guys that you lose to, because that's what's going to make you better. And a lot of people be like, oh, man, I want to fight that person again. Man, you got so many different individuals that you can fight and that you can make this money off of, but people just take an ego part of it, And I realized I didn't took the ego out of it, and this is just strictly business with everybody that I fight now. What
was the biggest thing that you took away from your last fight?
Oh, move my ass down to 170. Yeah.
And then finally for me, who originally gave you your nickname?
My original, like, Young Buck?
New Mansa.
No, I gave myself that. Yeah, I gave myself that, man. You did my little homework, you know what I mean? I be reading, you know what I'm saying? I be trying to read. But my nickname, New Mansa, comes from this man called Mansa Musa. Historically, he was known as one of the richest men who have ever lived, And he came from the Mali Empire. And, I just thought for myself, I think of myself as a king. I think of myself as, somebody that's a leader and somebody that is always willing to explore, new adventures and stuff like that. Because he's one of the people that as well did that with all the money that he had, and he searched for the new worlds. And like I said, I'm really not about to tap into too much, but I feel like, America was discovered by certain people of a certain continent, way before Christopher Columbus, but that's a whole nother different conversation. But yeah, I got that name from Mansa Musa. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thanks for sharing that.
Yeah.
Joaquin, you mentioned something that's super important with fighters, as far as like having that reset in your mind, that business and branding, like the Joaquin brand. What are some things that we might have not seen you work on that you want to kind of throw out there?
I don't really want to throw it out there yet. You know what I mean? We keeping everything, under wraps. And when y'all see it, y'all see it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. And it's not under wraps. You just disclosed that cut was super easy and how you would walk around that middleweight. I'm assuming that it was just giving up a little bit of muscle to get to 170? 'Cause
Yeah.
you're not a small guy anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Not-
It was the muscle. Like I said, I'm a little bit skinnier right now. I'm not as bulk. But like I said, it's healthier for me. I've been eating clean, man. I've been eating salmon, chicken, rice, the same crap every single day. You know what I mean? No sugar, no salt type things, and just a cleaner diet. I've been sleeping better. And I'm just having a regular routine where we working a lot of conditioning more than we, lifting weights and doing all this other stuff, So, yeah, I feel good right now.
Man, you look great.
Thank you. I
attitude,
appreciate
your
it.
positivity.
Thank you.
That almost seems like it just brought a whole new longevity.
Yes.
Your career.
That's the perfect word for it. Yes, sir.
Sure. And last for me, you mentioned whole mental health and your consistency in the cage. Some people would look at this as chaos, but this cage is your therapy. Yes?
Yeah. I mean, I really grew up in chaos. You know what I mean? I didn't seen the trenches. You know what I mean? So for this, being in the cage and doing what I'm doing, you know what I mean? It's a safe environment. We got a referee in there. If anything was to go bad, he would stop the fight immediately. So I feel like this is just a place where, like I said, I can freely express myself to my fullest potential. Because this is what I dreamt about since I've been a kid. Like, that's no cap, you know what I mean? So I say this is the 30th anniversary, I'm 29. That's all I've been thinking about is becoming a UFC fighter, So now that I'm here and I'm doing what I'm doing, I don't want to miss out on the opportunity to show the world exactly what I'm capable of and what my true potential is. You understand? And for real, with those losses that I had back to back, I really feel like me and Andre, we do got to show out, And ain't nothing promised in this game, but I really feel like with us having those 2 losses, we fighting for a contract. That's just my personal opinion. That's my mentality, and that's how I'm walking to that cage. I'm fighting for my job, and I'm going to beat your ass for that job. Yeah.
I cannot wait to see it.
Thank you.
New Mansa, new weight class.
Thank you.
Good luck Saturday.
Hey, that's 100. Hey, thank y'all, man. I appreciate you.
Anthony, 3-fight win streak right now in the UFC. Obviously not easy to accomplish. I mean, give me the feel of being on a run like that.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't really. It's dope as fuck, but just keep it going. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no doubt. It's interesting, right? Because you had that big win over Rodolfo Vieira, right? Which everybody made a big deal of that. Then you had to sit out for a while.
Yep.
And so it kind of feels like it's been separated a little bit. Do you feel like maybe you're not getting the respect of the momentum you have because it was kind of separated for a little bit?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like I'm doing just fine. You know what I mean? As far as like the injuries, that's why I've been wrestling more, so I can try to save my fucking hands and fight more. But it is what it is.
Is there anything? I mean, sometimes that just happens, right? I mean, is there
Yeah.
anything you can do about that in terms of approach, or is it just resting?
Fucking. Well, I'm still training. I still train. Like even when I'm injured, I still train. It's just now it's certain things got to change. You know what I mean? Like okay, if I fucked up my thumb on my right hand, we're fucking doing a lot of jabs and a lot of hooks and a lot of elbows. But there's always room for growth. So I've just been continuing to grow and continue to get in shape, and I'm just gonna keep showing you guys what the fuck I do.
I love it. Match up here with Edmen, obviously a guy that had a ton of hype for a long time, had some setbacks, but I mean, what did you think when this was the matchup that they gave you?
Dope. It's simple, man. I'm a simple person, man. But no, it was good. It was like he's got a lot of hype and shit on him. Pressure's on him, not me. I just got to show up and do what I do.
I love it. How much do you break down a guy? I mean, do you go back and watch tape, watch fights? Do you let your coaches do that? How do you approach it?
I'll watch like all his fights and then see the habits, and then I have great coaches that do the rest of the homework, and they just tell me where to go, what to do, when to do it, and I listen. You know what I mean? They've guided me this far, so we're gonna continue to fucking listen and keep that white belt mentality.
I love it. You talk about the hype that he had. I feel like they always give you guys the hype. You know, I look at like Perez, Holland, Vieira, all this. Do you enjoy that role, kind of taking on these guys that have the hype around them?
No, fuck yeah, that's what it's about. You know what I mean? Is proving who's the best martial artist at the end of the world. And if they're hyping someone, they obviously believe in them. And if I could take that, even better for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. 4-fight win streak. You know, after you win here, you don't really like call out people. Like so, you just do what you do. But do you feel like you have to like get a voice and start talking or get crazy?
I think my fighting style talks for itself, to be honest. You know what I mean? I go out there, I try to hurt guys, try to finish them. What more do you want to see as a fan?
Do we see a Brendan Allen fight again at some point?
He's fucking killing it. I mean, I'm sure I'll see him again. He's already, 9? Congratulations to him. I got nothing but love and respect for him, what he does for his family. But fucking A, I'm here to fight anyone. It's like I say, if I'm healthy, I'll fight anyone.
Nice. Last thing for me, I think she mentioned it. Can you tell us about El Cock? I mean, I feel like we have to talk about that.
That's my guy. I was gonna bring him, but I need to get a little what is it, the K9 vest for him? Just like a little seeing eye dog chicken. He's chill as fuck though, man. I got him trained to go so I'll let him out of his cage outside, and he'll follow me all the way in the house and put himself in the kennel and shit. He's like hella trained. It's pretty dope.
Is this something you've done your whole life, or you just decided to get a chicken one day?
No, well, I've had chickens my entire life growing up, but I moved to the city recently, and I gotta have some type of country. You know what I mean? So I got me some mini chickens, and yeah, they're like little dogs. They sleep in the house and shit, kick it. My kids love them. My daughter puts dresses on them, so it's chill.
Anthony, both you and Edmen came off the season 2 of the Contender Series. Did you maybe over the years think that you were going to possibly fight Edmen down the line?
I mean, I really don't put too much thought into it. I didn't even know he was on the Contender Series season 2. See, so that tells you. But the way I see it is, we're gonna fight fucking everybody. We're gonna all fight each other. If you're doing good, you're probably gonna fight them. You know what I mean? Like they've tried to have me fight one of my good buddies, Puna, a couple times. But it's like at the end of the day, fuck it. I fought my friends in the backyard for free. So what the fuck's? I'm down to get paid to fight a homie too. You know what I mean?
Sure. Awesome. Thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem.
Probably you mentioned if you had to make adjustments, if you heard something, wrestling more. And as far as wrestling more, we might not see that this weekend. Does it make you a little happier that Edmen's going to come forward and want to strike and bang it out with you, and it might be fight of the night?
No, yeah, definitely. I definitely see that there's potential for fight of the night if I go in there and be dumb and reckless, for sure. But I plan on being smart and sticking to my game plan because that's got me on a 3-fight win streak. It doesn't make sense to change it now, you know what I mean? If we're talking top, like fighting for a title, yeah, I'd probably risk it. But right now, I'm not there yet, so it doesn't make sense to be risking shit.
I appreciate that. And you mentioned something super important as far as the coaches do the homework. They say do this, do that. We got this covered. How important is it for fighters to listen? Because sometimes they just want to do their own deal, but it's key, right, to like have that.
Yeah, for sure. It's like, why be your own worst enemy? That doesn't make no fucking sense to me. You know what I mean? Sometimes your biggest problem is you, and if you can't face that, then you're fucking retarded. Like, simply. But nah, you pay these guys to fucking help you through camp because you believe in them. Why would you not listen? That doesn't make sense. You know what I mean?
Totally agree. And last for me, if you do elaborate on white belt mentality, staying humble, staying grounded.
Yeah, just basically white belts. Like, you don't know a damn thing. You know what I mean? You got to absorb everything like a sponge. Like, one of the best Bruce Lee quotes is, what is it? Fuck. God damn it, I already forgot it. But now that I'm in the spot. But you want to be able to absorb everything, use all the good, and then kick out the bad, right? Like, what doesn't work for you, you don't use, or you come back to it when you have a better understanding. But that doesn't mean that you just give up on it. You know what I mean? It takes time to get good at things. Like, I'm still trying to perfect a jab. Let's just say that, and that's the base one. You know what I mean? There's so many fucking ways to throw a jab. There's so many ways to do certain things. So, just keep that white belt mentality and keep learning, keep growing, and we keep adjusting.
That's what's up. Thank you, sir. Good luck on Saturday.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Great to see you guys.
I mean, you got the rescheduled bout, canceled bout, change of opponents. I mean, it's been a little bit of a whirlwind. I guess what's this whole process been like for you?
Yeah, it's been interesting. I spent 10 weeks preparing for Poliana. Then she asked to push it 3 weeks. I agreed. And then she pulls out, and I get loopy. So it is what it is. I'm excited. I've put a lot of effort into, making sure everything on my end is sharp. So the opponent makes no difference. I'm ready to go.
The training schedule, when you push it, first of all, I mean, that's a little tough, right? Because you don't want to over-peak too early. Or I guess, what was your approach to that? Did you take a break, or did you just stay in the gym? What was the plan?
I ate some good food for a couple of days. I said, my coach plans everything. So he said, we don't want to peak too early. We're going to readjust a little bit. So I took that weekend, a little bit of rest, a little bit of food, and we got right back on it the next week, and everything has been planned and prepared. So everything's been good.
Nice. Like I said, you got Loopy on short notice. We always talk about the opponent that steps in on short notice. You got to take a short notice fight too. I guess, what was the discussion like? I mean, was there any discussion? Was it like, I just got to get a fight at this point? Or did you talk about, well, do we like this matchup? How did that process go?
So Poliana and Loopy are not very similar opponents. One is tall and long, one's jiu-jitsu, one is shorter like me, same size. And just loves to fight and strike. So very different, but like I said, we put a lot of emphasis on my skill set this camp. So at the end of the day, it really was, do I want to fight or not? And I do. So we accepted a little bit of a catch weight, and that's it.
Does the catch weights change much for you particularly, or is it just about less of a weight cut? I mean,
just less of a weight cut, just a tad.
Nice. A former opponent in the main event. I mean, this whole card has been reshuffled, or whatever. But when you see a former opponent in the main event, I wonder if that does anything for you. Like, man, I was right there.
Yeah, I actually had the opportunity to go out and train with Angela Hill and Jessica Penney this camp. So before I even knew, at the very beginning when I first got Poliana. So it's cool. I'm excited that she's on the card, and I haven't bumped into her yet, but it's a great fight for her, and I'm excited to see it.
Nice. Your mindset, I wonder, you had this nice win streak coming in, and then you did have that setback. I mean, was it difficult to move past that? Like, what did you take out of that setback?
Yeah, that fight just sucked, honestly. It sucked. I went home, I kind of took a few days, and then I really got down to assess, what I felt like happened in that fight, and to move on. I can't get stuck on a fight like that. I've been fighting for a while, so I'm not stuck on a loss. You just got to put it away and do what you can to make sure that doesn't happen like that again. And so we addressed everything. We changed camp a little bit. We implemented some new things, and I'm really excited just to fight, to be back here.
Nice. Last thing for me, I mean, a win here, I guess, what's the plan? Like I said, you had that nice win streak. You're training with your former opponents. I mean, is it you want to get back in there as quickly as possible? Is it take some time off because you've had, I'm sure, a really, really long training camp now? What's the plan after victory here?
I want to fight, I want to get back on track, and then I want to stay as active as possible.
Slav, I know it's a couple of tough results for you lately, maybe a little bit frustrating. I guess what were the biggest lessons you took out of those matchups?
I can't really say I took a lot of lessons, except like I just have to keep working on my weaks, my weak part. But I think something a little bit changing. I think I understand a little bit more how I'm supposed to prepare for fight. But like, it's what I believe right now. Yeah.
Interesting. Do you mean training methods, or do you mean more mentally speaking when the change of approach?
Yeah, training methods. Yeah, like I see. I found a little key to be in better wrestling shape.
Nice. Is that challenging for you? Because, you know, you're learning MMA at the highest level of the sport, right? I mean, you've been around combat sports, but is it challenging to kind of have to learn on the fly in the UFC?
Yeah, it's challenging, but also it's cool. I'm not sure how many people have such a beautiful opportunity. Like I'm learning from the best right away. It's kind of cool. I'm enjoying that.
Nice. When you have those setbacks, do you get excited about learning, or do you get down on yourself at all? Like, is it difficult to move past it, or is it easy for you?
Yes, it's actually an interesting question because in kickboxing, that's what happened to me. I stopped being excited about new stuff. But in MMA, it's always something new, and it's so cool. Even in striking, it's something new. Like I love it. That's why I love MMA. That's why MMA is probably the best martial arts.
I love it. How much of your time do you spend training in striking? Do you feel like you don't need to anymore at this point, or how much of your training is wrestling versus striking?
Before the fight camp, it's mostly just wrestling. But during the fight camp, yeah, I spend a lot of time on striking too, especially because my striking is completely different too. It's for MMA now. It's not kickboxing anymore. If I could show kickboxing in MMA, I would be the best fighter in the world right now. Yeah, but I couldn't show that. I need to kind of find a way how to use my striking better. But I'm enjoying this too. That's also a good thing about MMA because my striking changing too.
Do you get frustrated when guys don't want to strike with you in fights? Do you feel like, hey, come on, let's do this toe to toe?
Because I always know that I'm not frustrated, but I don't know. It's kind of the thing what upset me during the fight when I prepare some really good combo, and they just jump on my legs. It's, oh my gosh, come on, wait just a little bit.
All right, talk about the matchup here with Maheshate. What do you think about him as an opponent? What do you think about the matchup itself?
Well, I like this matchup, and it seems like I could show more striking, and maybe possibly can show my wrestling skills. I might can start wrestle too. We'll see. But I'm pretty sure he prepared his wrestling really well. We'll see how it goes. I don't know. I like that because he's young, jumping. He also has almost the same way. Like he won a contender series. He won his debut in the first round and got out wrestled. Yeah. It's interesting. It's a very good matchup.
You pretty much expect that he's going to wrestle with you though, and not be willing to strike.
I don't know. We'll see because he kind of striker too, and he pretty tall. Like he have some advantages, and it seems like he's a good striker. But come on, it's UFC. Everybody's supposed to be high level here, but we'll see. I don't know. I believe at least he's gonna try.
Nice. Last thing for me. Does this feel like important? Like I have to get a victory here. Do you let yourself think that way? Like I must win this fight.
No, if you talk about the business part, yes, I must. It's clearly because I need a new contract. I want to earn more money. I need a bonus. It makes sense, but it's not pressure for me. Like I'm enjoying my life right now. Thank you.
Well, Micah, dating back to the Ultimate Fighter, man, it's like 13 years now that you've been competing at the highest level of the sport, man. Is it crazy to kind of think about that?
Yeah, a little bit. You know, I really think about that, but I fall in love with it every day. 13 years, man, that's a long time staying on it. It's a long time to stay motivated, especially with a career like I've had. Been on a few losing streaks, you know, been up, been down, been top 5 in the world, down to, you know, ranked behind nobodies, you know, having to fight my way back up and gain like a new level of respect. And, you know, it's a change of the guards. You know, I started in the older days, make me feel older. So now these new school fans and everybody, they don't really know kind of like who I am almost, you know? So it's almost fun to get excited and get back. I feel that hunger again. And yeah, I'm excited for that. You know, I know one thing that I think people don't get a lot of credit for is longevity. And me being in this organization for 13 years, fighting the best of the best for as long as I've done it. And yeah, and I'm still here, still running. And like I said last time, I'm gonna do this for 10 more years if I want.
That's awesome. You know, it's funny you mentioned like the fans, like they might not recognize, but I feel like your fellow fighters and stuff, like they see you, they treat you like the veteran, you know what I mean? And they give you that respect. Is that weird? Because I mean, you were literally a kid when you came into this, and now you got people kind of treating you as like, hey, show me the ropes, tell me about what you know. Is that weird for you?
Yeah, no, it's not weird. You know, it's just life. You know what I mean? And that's one thing I've been prepared for, and you know, I'm looking forward to is having experience and being, you know, the older guy and the experienced guy that a lot of these young fighters can come to for advice, or if I can help out, and just the experience with everything. So it feels great. I'm blessed that I can have the opportunity to show, you know, young fighters different things and different techniques and how to carry themselves and whatnot, and just teach them about the business. Because I've been through it all and I've seen it all, and it's all right.
At this point, because like you said, you've been through the ups and the downs, everything. What's fight week like for you? I mean, are there nerves? Are there excitement? Is this just the job, or does it still like feel weird? I mean, what is it like for you each week?
It's funny. I was just you know, talking to my coach Jay Stroud about that, and it's another fight week. It's another week, another day. It's weird, you know. In the earlier stage of my career, as I got excited for this week, so many nerves going. How do I handle this situation? You know, how do I feel? How do I need to be carrying myself? Now it's like just getting out of bed, going to Vegas. Yeah, I got to fly to Vegas tonight. I'm fine. It's cool. Not worried about it. And like I said, fight week has been like the least of my worries now. And I'm just coming in here relaxed, prepared, and, you know, ready to fight this weekend.
Nice. You talk about like the losses that you had, but right now 2-1 in the arguably 3-0 in the last 3. You know.
Yeah. I was about to say you might want to change that. You know, fuck these judges. It's 3-0.
Well, there you go. I mean, maybe fighting as good as ever, right? I mean, what do you think the key is? Because I mean, I know this game it's a game of inches, right? But you had all those setbacks, but now, I mean, on essentially a 3-fight win streak.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been more clear-minded lately. I've really took a step outside of myself to see, like, hey, where do I want to be in life? Like, what do I want? Stop taking this UFC for granted, because you could lose it in like a second, you know? So get back on your shit, get back on your grind, stay on it. And a lot of things that keep me motivated is seeing guys that I know I'm better than, getting paid, getting big money, getting big fights, guys that I've beaten, getting these big fights, getting all the popularity and all that shit. I don't care about, you know. I just want to be financially stable from this UFC. I'm not leaving until I get what I came here for. You know, whether that takes me another 5 years, you know, 6, 7 years, whatever, you know, I'm going to stay until I'm done and the job's finished.
Is that a part of maturing a little bit too, right? Because you get those paychecks. I imagine they can go pretty quick. You know, you get a large sum of money in one check, but then you don't get paid for 6 months or whatever. Is that hard to do to balance that?
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, early in my career, those checks went by so quick. You know, they weren't that big, so I didn't really manage them out that time. I wasn't financially smart enough at that time. I was young, getting a lump sum of money. Hey, I want to go enjoy myself, you know, travel, see the world. And I'm glad I did it all. You know, it cost me a lot of money and some time, but at the same time, I enjoyed myself. You know, you can't really pay for those memories, and I got them. So now I'm in a position to where I don't need the fast life anymore. I don't need to go out. I don't need to travel as much. I don't need to do those things as much because I've done them already. You know, now we can get back to fighting and get back to getting this money. And, hey, 36, about to be 37, and I'm probably the healthiest I've been. You know, the surgeries are cleared up, fresh-minded, clear-minded, no stress, and I'm having fun in life now.
Nice. Let's talk about the matchup you had with Diego. Similar position, I think, right? I mean, he's been ranked, and then he's had some setbacks, and maybe he's flown under the radar a little bit. I mean,
Yeah.
what do you think about him as an opponent?
Yeah, I understand exactly what's going on with Diego. You know, being up and down, it's the sport, it's what it is, but he's a true veteran. He's beaten some of the best guys. He's beaten champions before, and he's tough. He's a guy that always comes to fight, and that's what I'm excited for, man. I love guys that come here to fight, that I don't have to chase him around the ring, and he's talented everywhere. He's a great fighter. He's just, like I said, he's at his bad times, his slumps. Everybody goes through them, and unfortunately, he's facing a guy that has been through those slumps, that's not wanting to go back to him, and yeah, talk about bad timing for him.
At this point in your career, do you prep specifically for somebody? Like, do you be like, well, we got to change this up because it's this guy, or do you just go do your thing?
Yeah, not at all, man. At this point, I do my thing now. I watch my fights. I still pick up on the little things that they do, but I'm 110% focused on Michael Johnson. As long as the best Michael Johnson shows up, sharp, focused, ready to fight, I don't give a fuck about their game plan at all. They got to adjust to me and what I do, and, that's what we're going to do on Saturday.
Nice. Last thing for me, I mean, you've proven your place in the sport, man. You talked, hey, maybe I'll do it 10 years more, maybe I'll do it 5. Like, what is the end for you? What do you envision as the end? Is it when there's enough money in the bank account that you're comfortable, or is it just when you don't love doing this anymore? Like, when do you know the end is time?
That's a good question. I'm always going to love fighting. Always. I started fighting, being a knucklehead and growing up fighting. So that's one thing I love doing. So I think I'll always have the love for that. Always have the love for training and the camaraderie and the guys in the gym. But I still want a world title. I'm thirsty for that world title. I'm thirsty for all that money in the bank. And then, next few years we'll readjust. But, I'm doing great things in Florida. I just got a great job with Douglas Elliman selling real estate out in South Florida. So if anybody's watching this and you need some help, I'm your agent right here. I'm your guy. So, yeah, but other than that, that's great, man. Like I said, I'm enjoying it, enjoying training and fighting again, and I feel like I'm a young 23, 24-year-old guy with 13 years of experience in the UFC. It's pretty hard to beat.
Hey, Michael. During the last bare knuckle event, you were saying that you might want to do that in the future. I mean, is that something that is interesting to you?
It could be, but they'd have to send me those Luke Rocco checks if I'm gonna do that shit, and I wouldn't quit. I tell you that. But they're not bad mouthing Luke. Luke's a great guy. I just like to give him shit about that. But I'll do it, but the paycheck's got to be right. You know what I mean? And I think a lot of those guys are making that transition. But my job, I'm fully focused on the UFC. I'm not worried about any of these other promotions or anybody trying to compete with the UFC. This is my home. This is my job, and I'm here to stay.
During your fight week with Alan Patrick, man, you said you were in a very dark place, and I just wanted to know, like, with other fighters that are, potentially, on a skid and like don't know what they're doing in a dark place, like, how did you get out of that?
I knocked out Alan Patrick. That's how I got out of it. That's what I really needed to do. Focus on myself. Get back to winning. Get back to being the Michael Johnson you are, the one that goes in there and fights and people are afraid of. Not so much afraid of, but people are worried about going in the skill. And, yeah, that's what did it. So that fight, got another quick fight, put some money aside, stop living a fast life, and now we're almost out of that dark hole. Let me continue this win streak.
I've been asking a lot of the veterans, but, like, if you get one fight back on your entire resume, who would you like a rematch with?
Justin Gaethje, 100%. Like, and I'm cool with Justin. We've trained it. We've spent some time together. But that's just one fight that was like on my fingertips. Big John stepped in way too soon. I don't know what he was doing, but who wouldn't have wanted to see that fight go another round? I was just in a bad position, and he got me. Hats off to Gaethje. Now him and Dustin are about to do their rematch. So, hey, who knows? Maybe one of them falls out, and I can get one of those back.
What are your thoughts on that rematch?
Oh, honestly, my opinion, I'm not really thinking about it. You know, I don't think about either one of those guys. I mean, they're great, but I definitely, if I were to pick a winner, I think Justin's going to get this one. They'll have a trilogy.
Thanks, man.
I know you said you don't like to train particularly for opponent, you just do your thing, but how do you keep it fresh in the training room? And are you still able to find new wrinkles to your game being such a veteran? Are you still finding new things about yourself in the training, and how do you keep it fresh?
Yeah, absolutely. Training with the young guys at Kill Cliff FC, man. We have a good group of young guys that are 23, 22, you know, and these guys can just train and go forever. So me at my age competing with them, if I can keep up with these guys going, you know, crazy, and I'm showing them things and I'm continuing to beat them and I'm learning from them and they're learning from me, and that's just keeping it fresh. You know, I try to learn something new every day and pick it up as it goes on, and yeah. Rest is another important thing that I've been doing. I've rested a lot more now. You know, I'm in a position where I don't need 2-3 hard training sessions. You know, I know how to fight. I've been there. I've cut weight. I've done all that. I just need to make it to the fight healthy and focused.
Probably a lot less hard sparring as well, huh?
No,
Still
never.
like the hard sparring?
Still the hard sparring twice a week. That goes on until I'm finished. You know, I think. And people have a different look on it. I'm one guy that, hey, that's the closest thing we're going to do to a fight. You have to train that. Like, I'll take my 2-3 weeks off, and then I'll come back in, like, on a sparring day just to see where I am and what I need to work on and, like, what I need to fix and adjust and this and that. But, yeah, always hard sparring. Yeah.
Jumping out of fighting, you were talking about real estate. What's been some of the funnest parts of real estate and maybe some of the biggest challenges that you had to overcome jumping into real estate?
Just getting used to a whole new world, whole new game. You know, it's a whole different career path. You know, you got to literally learn something else all over again. You know, you got to find the right coaches and the right mentors and this and that. So it's been really tough to get started, to juggle that and fighting. You know, I'm training in the gym, and then I turn around and go sit in the office for, 5 hours, and I have to do a bunch of, like, work and grunt work. You know what I mean? Like, unfortunately, it sucks. Like, you always have to start small and work and, get to that level. And but, like I said, it's just like the fight game almost, Like, I started from the bottom, and now I'm up in the UFC, so I have no time, no problems putting in the work, and having to get there. But it's tough.
Yeah, I'm sure when it gets to closing, I'm sure you just give that UFC stare down, and then they just sign all the papers, right?
Yeah, for sure. I'm still waiting on my first big closing. So like I said, if anybody needs some buyers to come in and talk to me, in Florida. So, yeah, but we're working. Like I said, I got a great team with the, Sonata team at Douglas Sullivan, and, they're, doing it good for me. They're doing well.
Awesome. Last thing for me, you mentioned before you used to spend that money, you had all the fun times, those fast times. So what does downtime look for Michael Johnson now? What does downtime look like for you?
Just relaxing, reading, just spending my own time, like, with myself. It's not really, like, that is my downtime. Other than that, I'm always busy working, trying to improve, trying to stay focused and count how many years I really, really, really have in this game, and, like, how long can we go? And I think if I just keep it calm and keep it cool and just fucking work those steps day in, day out, we'll get as far as we can.
Awesome. Best of luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, for taking the time. You mentioned earlier that you're still thirsty, you're hungry for that title. When you said you don't want to leave with what you came here for, is that what you were alluding to, that belt, that gold around your waist?
Yeah, I would love that belt. That's the reason I got into this game, is to fight the best, beat the best, and become a world champion. I think recently, the last few years, it's kind of, the fight game has made a shift to, it's not that people want to fight the best and beat the best. They want to make the more money, or they want to make the most money, and they want to get these big fights. And yeah, that's fine, but I still want the best. And I think beating the best will get you to that money. It's just now it's almost at a standstill, because guys are focused on, oh, well, I want this money, or I want to fight this guy because he has this number of followers, or he's doing this many TikTok videos. And it's like, it's kind of taking the pureness away from the sport. Like, this is a sport where two guys show up and they fight to figure out who's the best, not any of the bullshit that's been going around lately. So it's a thin line between where the sport's going. I hope it kind of changes back.
For sure. And it is kind of nuts to take back, especially I'm sure you've seen a lot in 13 years, and now be like, oh, those exhibition fights mean nothing, and now, bam, it's like a whole other.
Yeah, guys are making $500,000 fucking boxing a YouTube guy. Like, come on now. While I'm fighting and training my ass off for 12 weeks to get the paycheck that I'm getting. So, not complaining. Hats off to them. You know, they did a great job at that, but.
All right. Is there anything or anywhere that you haven't done something with the UFC? Like, any place the Octagon's gone that you're like, man, I should have fought in Japan, or like, oh, no, I got a headline in Nebraska. Any that's still on the bucket list?
Yeah. I like to go to Mexico City, fight there if they ever take it back there. You know, I love that. I liked fighting in Brazil. You know, Australia, you can think about it. So Mexico City and Australia, those definitely my bucket list to fight.
Excellent. And last for me, down the road, you know, you have so much game and your brand and you're expanding. Is something you would do possibly open up a gym, coach full time besides the realtor stuff? Because I mean, 13 years already, you would think so many boys and girls could learn from you, and why squander it away with just like, I'm hanging them up, I'm out? Have you thought that far down the road of like opening a school, gym?
No, and I've never like thought about opening a gym. I don't think the small MMA gyms make enough to even like stay sustainable with it. But you know, we got a great thing going down at Cliff FC. So eventually, later down the road, if I'm looking to hang them up, you know, there's so much work I can do there for our fighters and our young fighters coming up that I don't need to, you know, change camps or go start my own thing. My value is a lot there, and I can have a lot of potential with these guys and helping them and build them and, you know, make sure they don't make the same mistakes I did going up.
That's awesome. Excellent, sir. Well, good to see you. Still on main card, still, you know, kicking off the show, and good luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
Sir.
Mike, it's funny. You mentioned the Gaethje fight, and I was thinking back. I was like, what a hell of a fight that was. I just had to pull up your record. Do you ever reflect on what you've done in your career? I mean, I want to read this to you. Tony Ferguson, Danny Castillo, Miles Jury, Reza Madadi, Joe Lozon, Gleason Tebow, Melvin Guillard. Then it gets crazy. Edson Barbosa, Benil Dariush, Nate Diaz, Dustin Poirier, Habib Nurmagomedov, Justin Gaethje. Those are just consecutive opponents. You can keep going with Darren Elkins, Andre Feely, Artem Lobov, Josh Emmett if you want.
The best of the best,
it's
right?
Insane, man.
Yeah,
I mean,
where's my credibility for fighting the best of the fucking best for as long as I have? Like, I'm not a guy to sit back and, like, want, like, notoriety or all that shit. Like, I don't care. But, guys, look at my resume, man. Pay attention to what I've been doing, what I have been doing. Losses or not, like, those guys remember the time they fought me. And you can ask those guys, I guarantee it. Name the top 3 or 4 fights you guys remember. I guarantee I'm one of the first or 2 names they'll say. And I'm willing to bet that money. So, like I said, man, I'm here. Putting another big name on that list, Diego Ferreira. Like, I don't want the guys that look like tomato cans, you know. I want the guys that are beating everybody. I want the guys that look like they can't be beat. You know, that's my challenge. You know, that's why I got into this game. So, yeah, it's a great list. We're adding to it.
Michael, if I may, congratulations for this coming week's match. You're in real estate, and you have an exceptional way of reading a room. What is your take, and how do you read this week's fight?
Yeah, I'm excited. Like I said, I think it's going to be a great fight. Diego's coming in here on a 3-fight losing streak, so he's going to come in hungry. And if he doesn't come in hungry, then that's on his mistake, you know. I don't think people know this, but I was going to fight him on the San Antonio card. I was going to fill in for 3 weeks. He said no, he wanted more time. So I take that as a little, oh, he wants more time to get prepared. But, hey, you give me 7 more weeks to train, like, no, you had your best bet when I was going to take it on 3 weeks' notice when I wasn't doing that much training. Now I'm here with a full camp and I'm ready. So, yeah, I just read that everybody's excited. I'm looking forward to this card, and this could be the biggest card of the fight.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good. Thank you, guys.
Yo, yo, yo.
So has USADA stopped by for the extra tests yet? Posting pictures like that.
Oh, I'm not staying at the fighter hotel, so I'm dodging them. Hiding under the ring, you know.
I love it. Well, listen, I know this wasn't anticipated to be a main event, but it is a main event now. I guess what's the feel ahead of, being the headliner again?
Excitement. It's been a long time since I was able to do it for the first time. And that was also kind of last minute, but just the fact that I get to sign posters with my name on it again, I get to right some wrongs from that night. I really feel like that fight could have been mine definitively, and I've been working towards being a better fighter since that last main event. So I don't know, it feels like a full circle moment, and I really feel like it's gonna be my night to put on the show.
Was there anything you took out of the experience? Because we wonder, is there added pressure? Even if it's just within yourself, not that anything puts on you, you know what I mean? But you feel like you got to do something extra special. Was that a reality? And is there anything you took out of that experience?
Just being the main event from the last one?
Yep.
No, I don't think so. I think it was a rough one because I did a Black Lives Matter piece with ESPN coming up to that fight, and I literally had to stay off of my phone for 2 weeks because, the internet is going to internet. So I felt like there was a little bit of pressure with that, and I don't know. I felt like I had the fight right there, and then I hesitated a little bit, and it cost me a couple rounds. And ever since that fight, I've just been working on not being afraid to go to the ground, not making it like the floor is lava, kind of. That's what every fight camp had been up to that point. Don't let her take you down. Don't let her take you down. Well, this is the ultimate don't let her take you down. But I'm like, if she takes me down, I'll get up. I could defend a choke for a couple minutes. I'll be all right. So I really feel like fights like that, fights like my one against Verna, have just made me answer those weaknesses that I have in my fight game and become a much stronger fighter everywhere, especially on the ground.
Right. But so when they give you the matchup, is there any part of it's like, oh, come on, I got to do this again? Or do you almost welcome that, this is my chance to prove that I can go, against this type of grappling specialist?
Well, you see her striking, you can kind of see why I was excited. I think I probably did the same thing that she did when she's like, oh, well, if you see her grappling, I'm like, ooh, there's a lot I can do with the way she comes forward, with the way she doesn't care about her chin being thrown in the air. So there's a lot of areas that I feel like I can capitalize on, and I don't feel like she has as many opportunities to capitalize on my mistakes. And I've just been working really hard at fixing them, and I don't feel like she's been fixing hers. She's just been trying to do more jiu-jitsu. So if anything, I think fight IQ-wise, I think my experience in there and being put up against the tough grapplers my entire career has prepared me for this.
So at this point in your career, do you specialize anything in training camp? Like when the matchup comes around, you're like, well, we got to do even more jiu-jitsu than we were doing? Or is it more like, let's just focus on doing what we do best?
I was already doing a lot of jiu-jitsu after the Verna fight, even before that, but I just wanted to really get to the bottom of why I couldn't get out of certain positions. And I went and competed a bit, and I started to see a pattern of, oh, okay, I just need a couple more escapes. I just need to be a little more aggressive with this and that. And a lot of the escapes that you have in MMA don't work against high-level jiu-jitsu people. You have to learn high-level jiu-jitsu to fight a high-level jiu-jitsu fighter. So that's what I've been doing, and I really just feel like, man, I feel like I'm getting leaps and bounds better every month. I'm doing privates with my jiu-jitsu coach, Johnny. I'm doing privates with Justin Flores, who's Ronda Rousey's old judo close. I'm doing classes with Phil Davis, and I've kind of attacked off-season as if I was a grappler in the UFC. So when I do get to punch things, I'm like, oh, cool, it's like a break day. This is an off day. I get to hit pads. I get to spar the best kickboxers in the world, because I did that for this camp too. I know just just the fact of the people who I can hang with. I know that I'm one of the best fighters in the world, and this is definitely a fight where I can just be like, hey, look at me. I'm one of the greatest. Now you got to recognize it.
That's awesome. You know, you're a veteran of the game at this point. You've kind of been in the rankings, out of the rankings, back in again. I mean, she's got a pretty big, nice number next to her name. Do you think about, like, where this puts you, where you stand, where you are? Do you worry about those things or think about them at all?
Nah, the rankings are bullshit. Like, the rankings have always disrespected me. Every time one of you guys say, oh, you're going to be in the rankings, you're going to be in the top 10, you're going to be in the top 15 after this fight, doesn't happen. If anything, if I fight someone who has a number by their name, they don't have a number by their name after I beat them. So I'm not expecting much from the rankings, but what's undeniable is my resume. And if I can get some more finishes under my belt, if I could get some more TKOs, some more just like statement-making things, the fight Zhao and Yan had a couple weeks ago, that was really motivating too, because that was another one of those fights. It was super competitive. It could have gone either way, and now she's starching girls, and a lot of what she did in that fight are things that I worked on in my camp. So I really feel like I'm making the right moves. I feel like I've been right there, but I just needed a little extra push in certain areas, and hopefully it all comes to fruition on Mackenzie Dern's face.
Last thing for me, I guess, ideal world, is it, striking clinic, you go out there and just Muay Thai destruction, or like, is there part of you like, I kind of want this to hit the ground just for a minute to show that like I can hang down there?
Dude, it'd be so dope to just sub the shit out of her. Like, I don't feel like it's like totally impossible, but I do know that I can't be silly. I have to play it safe. I have to just keep it in the world where I'm most comfortable, punching her, kicking her, draining her gas tank. But man, if it's there, I'm not going to run away from it. I still, to this day, I still regret not jumping on top of Claudia Gadelha when I dropped her. And maybe then that was a horrible idea, but now totally could have jumped on her ass. So I just feel confident wherever the fight goes. But yeah, if I could just get a flying knee knockout, wobble her a bit, then jump on the rear naked, I might take the sub before the TKO.
Hey, Angela. Is it kind of weird that your last two opponents were fighting each other 2 fights underneath you?
A little bit. Like, what are you guys doing? It's weird, but it's also kind of cool because I think before I had this wall up where I was just like, fuck everyone else in my weight class. But, once I started training outside of a big gym, I was like, it's actually helpful to train with girls in my weight class. And yeah, maybe they get a little intel, but it's helping me become a much better fighter. So I reached out to Loopy after we fought. I reached out to Ducote after we fought. She actually came through to camp and put me in a bunch of arm bars and helped me work on my escapes. And that was like a horrible experience for me. But, the next generation of strawweights is coming through, and they're really good at a lot of stuff. They're not just good at one thing. So I think it's going to be a hell of a fight between the two of them. And I don't know, maybe it makes sense now that I'm main event, the fact that these two fought me and now they're fighting each other, and then there's a whole storyline there. I don't know. Maybe one of them would come up into the cage after I win, or I don't know. But no, I think it's cool, and I think if anything, it's a win-win for me because whoever wins, I'm going to look better with, for beating them.
Speaking of your division, just got announced Weili's fighting Amanda Lemos. I just wanted to know like your quick thoughts on that and who you got.
Man, fuck. Y'all know how I feel about Lemos, but she has that one hitter quitter. She likes to save up her energy and put everything into one hit, and she'll do that maybe 3 times around. I think her fight with Marina was the most impressive because she showed she's got ground too. Personally, I felt like I out-grappled her in our fight, and she didn't want to go to the ground with me after she jumped on top of me. So I almost Claudia Gadelha her or whatever she was gonna do, but. Yeah, Weili, I just feel like has better control of her energy, better energy management. She's very technical, and as long as she doesn't get rocked like she did in the Rose fight, I think she can work her way to a finish or a decision.
And then finally, any update on the Barney Hill documentary? Are you going to get in that?
No, they have ghosted me. I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting, and keeping my dad, waiting to see if they're going to hit him up or anything. But it's really my dad's story. He's my grandfather's son. He almost went on the trip with them when they got abducted. So I always thought it would be cool for one of these people who like to talk about the Barney Hill abduction to hit him up and get his perspective on it, because he was a teenager when it happened. Now he's about he's is he 80 yet? Oh my God, he's getting up there.
I mean, it makes sense. Like, why wouldn't they want to speak with him?
Why wouldn't they? You tell me.
I
The truth is out there.
Good point. Good point.
Man, you've always
hey,
thanks for taking the time. You've always been driven, self-motivated, but does it give you just like an extra pep in your step that the UFC got behind you guys and said, okay, that's the fight we're gonna make the main event?
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of it has to do with Mackenzie's Instagram followers, the IG count. But aside from that, they know it's going to be a banger of a fight. They know it's going to be exciting. They know people are going to tune in to see what happens. And it's one of those pivotal fights in the strawweight division. Despite what my ranking is, everyone knows I could win any fight at any time against anyone who's in the top 10. So this is one of those moments. And if anything, Mick giving me that call and trusting me to seal the show and put on a stellar performance just puts a little extra wind in my sails for sure. I'm going there. I feel special. I feel like they're happy that I'm here. And I think a lot of times, especially after a loss or two, you can feel like no one wants to see you fight. You can feel like, a piece of crap. But I won 2. I'm on a 2-fight win streak, gonna make it 3, and I think this is an awesome stage to do it on.
How excited were you when they said, okay, it's going to go from 3 to 5? And you're like, oh, I can do 5, no problem. I did that with Michelle Watterson. It's not there's nothing you guys can throw at me that would be a surprise at this point, right?
That was part of my stipulation. I'm like, I might not do it if it's 3, I might say no. But right before I told Mick yes, I was like, is it 5? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, oh, perfect. Let's fucking do it. So yeah, I'm happy with 5. I have cardio for days. That's the one thing that people know about me, is that if it went 10 rounds, I'm still bouncing on my toes at the end of that. So I'm good to go.
Excellent. Well, can't wait to see it, and good luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
Hi, Angela. From an outsider looking in, your support system seems to be very palpitating. How has it shaped you as a woman and as a professional fighter?
Palpitating, is that a good thing?
A really good thing.
Okay.
It's heartwarming. It's moving. Even to take a look at your Instagram, it seems as though we don't see enough to know exactly how much you're loved behind the scene.
Aw.
So once again, your support system, how has it shaped you as a woman and as a professional fighter?
Man, I really try to put out the energy that I want to get back, and that's anyone. That's someone who doesn't know who I am, someone who's never gonna see me again, and I feel like that's worked out for me in general. And when people put on this persona of being an asshole, I don't know how they can live with themselves, because it's a lonely world, it's a sad world, and if anything, I have had very palpitating support throughout my career. I probably used that wrong. Every coach that I've had, every training partner that I've had, they've always known that I had that little something. And if anything, it was just them convincing me that I had it. Like when I started Muay Thai, I was doing it for fun. And my coach had to convince me that I was actually beating people up and I should try to do it for real. And every time I get a little further with all the strides that I've made in grappling, my coaches are convincing me, hey, you're doing really good. Like, you are out grappling people you shouldn't be able to. And you know, it's really nice to have that support. It's really nice to have like that family behind me. Right now I'm kind of on my own gym wise, but I have maybe 5 or 6 different gyms that I go to a lot in San Diego, and they're all 100% behind me. You know, we have a strong women's team too out there. We're all from different gyms, but we meet up and we spar hard and we share information and we help each other out. And it's really been invaluable during my career. And I think at every point of my career, I had something like that. You know, when I first started in Muay Thai, when I moved to North Carolina for a bit, when I first got to Alliance MMA, and then when I left and started doing my own thing, I always had those brothers and sisters that see me sweating every day, and they're just like, yeah, you deserve it. You deserve to get whatever you get because you've been working your ass off to get it. So I don't know. I think if anything, when I retire, I hope that people will be able to look at my career and they'll be able to say, no matter what, no matter how much shit you have to go through, hard work pays off. And that's what I've just stuck to every day.
Thank you, and you did use the word correctly.
Yay! I'm using it all week now. Good. Thanks, guys.
But obviously, the last time we saw you, the big win in December, I guess. Can you just talk about how important that was to kind of just get everything going back in the right direction again?
Yeah, December. I've been living in Vegas already for a little over a year and fought in December. Of course, coming after a few losses in a row and getting back with the win definitely felt good, and I'm happy to have gotten it, and we're going to continue getting wins this Saturday.
Nice. Did it have any impact on you, like just mentally, like in the gym or whatever? Like, I know you believe in, your skills and what you do, but you want to get the results, right?
Yeah.
So did it have a positive impact kind of on your overall outlook?
No, for sure, but at the end of the day, when I step in there, I try to clear my mind, from the past, present, and from the past and focus on the present. And that's what I did out there. And that's what I plan to do this Saturday as well.
I like it. 5 months between fights. Did you want that time away, or is that just the way the schedule worked out with the UFC?
Yeah, that's pretty much the way it worked out. I think when I spoke with you a couple months ago, I wanted to get back in early May. Oh, no, not early May. Mid-April. But, it happened in May, so 1 month apart is not bad.
Nice. You talked about living in Vegas here, for a year now. It seems like you live at the PI for most of it, man. I guess, can you talk about, what role that's played in your success? I mean, it seems like a great facility for you.
Yeah. I've literally, you're talking about living at the PI. Yesterday, the day before yesterday, I was at the PI from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., just getting my training in, therapy, nutrition, all that, So, yeah, it's been great, I go around from the PI, I go to Extreme, and I go to Coach Dewey Cooper's gym. So, yeah, that's all I get to do here, pretty much, is train, eat, sleep. And once in a while, go on, walks and, yeah.
Not the strip life?
Sometimes, no, I go to the strip for a walk, because I like seeing lights and, people, but, yeah. But not going crazy on the strip.
It seems like you and Dewey have a good connection. Has that been a valuable role for you?
For sure. Dewey's always good vibes, good energy, and I love working with Coach Dewey.
Very nice. Let's talk about the matchup you have here with Anthony Hernandez. Thoughts on him as an opponent?
I think he's a solid opponent. Good cardio, good grappling base. But, I'm ready for that. I've been training my ass off, and, yeah, I'm going to implement my game Saturday and really show what I'm capable of.
Nice. You say you want to keep the win streaks going. I mean, do you, there was so much attention and expectations and all that stuff, and you do you want that back, or do you kind of be let me just fly under the radar for a little while and just do my thing?
Honestly, it doesn't matter for me. I want to just go fight by fight, one fight at a time, and be the best that I could be. I'm trying to go out there and perform and put on a good fight and show my improvements. So I don't really care about the whole, it's Edmen, he's back. I'm doing my thing. I know what I'm capable of, and that's what I'm going to do.
Nice. Last thing for me, what kind of fight do you think we see here? Is this something you can do some great stuff on the feet? Do you think you're going to have to deal with some grappling exchanges? What kind of fight do you think we see?
I think you're going to see a great fight. I'm so ready, and wherever the fight goes, I'm gonna showcase my skills. I promise you.
Vegas Edmen.
What's up, Alex?
Can you talk about just being at Extreme Couture for a year now and actually having big bodies to train with?
Oh yeah, we got a lot of middleweights out there now, and a lot of the top guys, and working with them every single day, you can't ask for more. You're gonna improve every day and get better. So yeah, having them around is amazing, and I'm thankful for them.
How important is that?
It's very important, because you go to the gym and you get pushed to your limits every day. So yeah, that's what you need to get improvements and really test your will against them.
For the doubters that are looking at Anthony Hernandez's wrestling, right, and then they're looking at your 3 losses about wrestling, what do you say to them?
I say to them, when I took those losses a couple years ago, and I'm in the UFC to be the best, and I'm not gonna be the same fighter as I was from those losses. I'm gonna obviously improve. I'm 25 right now, and I've been in the UFC since I was 20, so I'm gonna improve. I'm not here to just be the same fighter as I was and not have this, not have that. I'm gonna improve on all the skills and be a better fighter every time.
You think, obviously no one likes losing, but you think in hindsight, those losses and then you moving, was it ultimately a good thing
I think it's all part of my story. You know, it's gonna be part of my story. And yeah, you know, if it wasn't for those losses, I wouldn't be here in Vegas having a new team and great teammates, great coaches. You know, yeah, everything happens for a reason.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Good, good.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Well, kids, I know it wasn't originally expected to be a main event, but it is a main event. Does it feel like a big moment or a big opportunity to be in the headliner again?
Yeah, big opportunity. I'm 0-2 in my main events here at the Apex. So when they gave me another opportunity, I was like, okay, let's do it. I wanted like the crowd. I was excited to be in North Carolina, Charlotte, the crowd. So I have like a little bit trauma, I guess you could say, here, but I wanted to break that too at the same time. So back here, I've had good moments at the Apex too, so I'm not complaining. And it's media, it's, you know, another poster, you know, to have at home. So it's a great opportunity, and it's 1 week later too, so it's not so bad.
Yeah. I guess the fact that you're 0-2 in main events, I mean, is there any link there at all? I mean, look, you're fighting at the highest level. You're going to have setbacks or whatever, but they both happen to be. Is it just coincidence, or is there anything you take out of those that you think, I wasn't approaching that right?
I mean, I don't think as like a strategy-wise, but I think the type of fighters that I was given for my main events, Marina and Yun Xiaonan, I think they were both really experienced fighters with good movement, you know, and for me, now going into this fight and with my loss, I have a vision that's better, as in like, okay, I don't need to submit every single round, like this pressure and just this anxiety, not anxiety, but like excitement, I need to submit, if I didn't finish the first round, then the second round, if I didn't finish and then you could kind of see the emotion and the frustration getting in, and I'm like, okay, these girls, they know how to win by like points, they know how to use the rule book, which is part of the game, not that it's bad, but, the judges, I feel like with Young Shainan, I feel like I could have won that fight, like I feel I did so much on the ground, but it wasn't enough to get like a 10-8, and now I understand like, hey, if I'm on the cage, the cage is like the ground, but up, so instead of getting to the cage and take it down, like ground and, like not ground and pound, but elbows, knees, make them, win the round, don't force myself to, fall on bottom or something, so a little bit like tactical things that I think this fight it's really going to show, and but not necessarily because of 5 rounds or 3 rounds. I think just with the opponents, they brought that out of me, and I think I was confident. I was more confident about submitting Young Shainan and Marina than I was about Angela. You know what I mean? I think Angela is a little bit harder to submit. She's scrappy, and things like that. And I was so confident to submit them, and I wanted to submit them that it was a little bit like too excited, instead of more stretch, patience, and calm and precision.
You talk about like the tactic change and the mindset change. Like, have you been able to work on that, like in sparring? Like, has that been the primary focus, or is it like, I hope I do it on Saturday?
Yeah, no, I've been working on that this whole camp. It's been so crazy. Like, my divorce has been crazy. Like, everything. Coach Perla, he was out of town for a month with Luke for his bare knuckle fight, So it's like, basically, this camp was like tactic in having this vision of fighting that I never had before. And I feel kind of like, man, I'm like 10 fights in the UFC and I just found that out now, like to understand that I just need to win the round. And if you do that each round, you win the fight, instead of me thinking, like I would finish the round and out of 1 minute, I'd spend maybe 20 seconds, like, did I win that round? Like at this level, the top 5, top 10, you can't finish the round and not know if you won or not. You need to be leaving the round and know, like, yeah, I'm winning here, I'm losing here. Okay, what I needed to steal the round. Okay, what are the judges seeing? And that's kind of the tactic that I was able to train on this camp, since it was so crazy, was more like understanding the MMA game, and that we do use the judges and we do like steal things. You steal the round and do this and have that, instead of me going for submission and falling on bottom and maybe they steal the round at the end.
In talking about the matchup, it sounds like you have a lot of respect for Angela as an opponent. Is that safe to say?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, she has more than 30 fights, I think. So it's like, and I'm not 100% sure, but I think she was like in the house, the Ultimate Fighter house with the OG girls of the division. I think she was like later cut, and then I think she came back in, and now she's worked all the way up here. So I definitely think with everything she's gone through, I'm fighting the best version of Angela right now, so I'm happy about that, because, the better the opponent, the higher the fight is, the better you get pushed. But yeah, I mean, she has experience. I think a lot of her fights are like by decision, or her wins or her losses. So she's not a girl that I want to mess up my tactic, which is why I lost my 2 main event in my mind, how I see it. She's definitely someone that I don't want to let her get ahead. I don't want her to get her rhythm, because I see her kind of start to flow when she gets her rhythm. And she's scrappy, she doesn't give up, she's not easy to submit or knock out. So that's why I have like this respect for her, but, and also too, like I said, when I was confident I was going to submit, I didn't submit. I did everything but the submission, so now definitely for this fight, I'm coming with a lot of aggression, from my personal life and everything. So nothing personal against Angela, but I know I have a lot of respect for her, but I need to get it done.
You're technically the higher ranked fighter. Obviously, she's a veteran. But are you thinking about ranking? Because before you had the setbacks, we were talking about title shots. And are you thinking about that stuff at all, or have you found maybe it's better to just not think about that stuff?
No, for sure I'm thinking about it. I just turned 30. I'm feeling like I'm getting to my best, like physically, mentally, experience, maturity level right now, like 30, 31. So I'm the path to the belt is like I'm trying to make it as clear as possible. I don't want anything. I feel like so many things are trying to like kind of bring me down. I changed managers. It's like the divorce, the gym. There's so much stuff going on that I don't want something to take me off of my course. But to stay on course, I need to have a plan, you know. And so it's not like I'm looking past Angela, but I do want to know, okay, if I lose, if I win, who would be this? And especially with like Virna, who beat Marina, and Marina beat me, and I beat Virna, and then Jan beat, you know, it's just so much stuff happened division. I see myself in there, you know, and I know I feel more confident, like, yeah, I'm supposed to be there. You know, I just need to get back on the winning streak. But I mean, I don't know, Rose or even a second with Yan Shannon, or I know Color's pregnant, but so that's great. But yeah, definitely planning like the next steps to the belt.
Last thing for me, I'm sure ideally, even though you're not pushing the submission, you get the submission, but it sounds like you're prepared to go all 5 rounds. So I guess what do you anticipate? I mean, do you think this is going to end up being a 5-round battle?
I don't think it'll be 5 rounds. I don't think it'll be the first round, but I think it'll be within like three rounds, a submission. Yeah.
Hey, Mackenzie.
Hi.
How was it fighting in front of Mark Zuckerberg last time out?
Yeah, it was cool. It was cool, but that was like more crazy to me than this like changing 1 week later to main event. You know, that was like, okay, main event. I trained so hard for this fight, you know, and then Tuesday they called me. Like Tuesday, I'm already driving out. My family's coming. Oh, it's closed, you know, and I'm like, you know, and then I'm like, shoot, like. The Apex is already like quiet, you know, but then it's even more quiet, you know, where you can just kind of hear things. So that was a little bit, and then the whole media, I think I said something I wasn't supposed to say. I wasn't sure, and I was like getting calls. So that was a little bit like crazy for me during the fight week, but it was fun. It was a great opportunity. I got to meet him and his wife, and yeah, it's good. I saw that he just competed too, so it's really cool to see him as a supporter of the sport.
I think you said in an interview a few months ago, like you want to return to your finishing roots, right? You just want to go in there and finish your girls. Like, what is that? Just because like that's what you're known for, or is it just kind of like a mindset where you're just like, you know, I am so good on the ground. Like, why not? Why am I not using that?
Yeah, both. In my jiu-jitsu career, I was very like forward pace, you know, always going for submissions, and that was just kind of like how I was known in jiu-jitsu. I always think like it's better to be attacking and them defending than them getting them to defend me. So that's just my insight. But also too, I mean, like I said, I want to be the champion. That's my goal, number one goal. But I don't want to be just like a champion that people are going to forget about, you know, in a couple years or something like that. You know, I want to be remembered. So if that's like, I need to have the most submissions like Charlize de Bronx and have break some records, then that's what I want. If that's the way I do it by submissions, which I think I have all the capability of doing, then that's what I'm going to do. And also too, I think it's just when you go out with that mentality to submission, it's like the amount of girls that have that defense or that they get nervous with that, you know, it helps so much, you know, to know that these strikers, like, I know I'm going to find one striker that's not going to be scared and they're going to like come at me. But when you have that presence and you know that they're not letting go 100% on you on their striking because they're nervous of the ground, I need to take advantage of that, you know, and I don't want to lose that, you know. I want to keep like, hey, if I take it to the ground, I will go for it. It's just, it almost kind of gives me an overconfidence that, okay, I'll submit. And then like Marina and Jan, I'm doing like switching from omoplata to the katagatami to the armbar to the, you know, I'm doing all these submissions and they defend, like not even defend, they kind of resist one, and then I'm like, okay, I'll get the next one. And then all of a sudden the round stops and we start back up again and I didn't get anything. And I wasn't able to get like a 10-8 round because it's not really impactful, you know. No one knows how deep the omoplata is, only I know, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like just that mentality, like, okay, whatever submission I go for it. And if they don't give it to me, like, ground and pound, you know, until they give it to me, you know, make them want to give it to me instead of forcing it and being like overconfident, like, okay, I will get on the next one and the next one, and then the time's over, and then I have to go through everything again.
Sure. Well, thank you for that. And finally, the next strawweight title fight was announced yesterday. Weili Zhang's going to fight Amanda Lemos. I just wanted your thoughts on that matchup.
Yeah, I think Amanda Lemos is going to win. You know, she's tough. Yeah, she's strong. She's a good like counter puncher. I think she's gonna get the win, and I think she has ground game too. So I think she'll get it, but it'll be a good fight. I'm excited.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mackenzie, thanks for taking the time.
Mm-hmm.
Just curious, when you I don't think you said no to anybody, but when you got the call, the details about, okay, it's going to be, we're going to go from 3 to 5. It's going to be your main event. You had touched on, like, main events I've come up short. Do you see this as like perfect? I want that redemption. This is exactly what I wanted to right the wrongs.
Now I do. Now I do. Now that I'm here, seeing all you guys, and there's nowhere to run, I'm like, yeah, okay, this is the time. Now I got this, But as soon as they were telling me the offer, like my heart was kind of like, the trauma, everything has like superstition and all these things, and with everything going around, because my camp was so crazy, I was like, man, I really wanted. Since I did lose 2, I wanted my next main event to be with a well-trained camp so I don't lose. But, I think that everything happens for a reason. And, I think this was the opportunity, and I wasn't going to say no to it, because then I'm just kind of running away from my fears, like fears as in, I know if I lose, it's not going to be like the end of the world, but I want to win, and I don't want to not win because, my camp was this or camp was that, or because my mind was... I was nervous, I wanted to win, like, independent of all that, because I have the ability to win, independent of everything that's going on. So definitely I was like a little bit anxious and like, I don't know if I should do it. I should stay the crowd. I was kind of hoping my next main event would be in front of a crowd, not back at the Apex. But if this was opportunity given to me, I think there's a reason for it, for me to like go and break it,
Excellent. Sounds great.
Yeah.
And lastly, for me, with everything going around, I'm assuming that once you make that walk, then you'll be like, okay, I've been here many times. All the chaos outside of my life, like this is what I know and what I was born to do.
Yep. Yeah, that's exactly what got me like to say like, okay, let's do it, because I was looking so forward. Even me fighting in Charlotte, it was almost kind of like, I don't know, like an escape for me a little bit in a way to get away from everything. Like, okay, it's just 3 rounds, I'm going to kind of I even kind of disappeared from my social media for a little bit because of everything. And I was kind of just get back in the win streak, there won't be that much media. There's lots of good fighters on there, so get my win and then get everything organized. So it was even like that, it was kind of like I was doing, like having an escape for everything that was going on with me. And this is just like, I have to face it head on. And being in the fight, I'm looking so forward to being like 25 minutes just doing what I love to do, and, like adversity, that's what I need, I don't want it to be easy for me, So in a way, I was kind of like trying to hide from it, but the best way is just to face it on. And that's what I'm looking for, like you said, like to be in there 25 minutes. I'm not worrying about MOA. I'm not worried about whatever's going on in my personal life. I'm just worried about hitting Angela Hill and beating her. Nothing personal, though.
Excellent. Sounds great, and good luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
Loopy, obviously stepping in on short notice here to fill in. I guess talk to me about how it all came to be.
Yeah, this happened about 2 weeks and a bit ago, and I was just finished training, strength and conditioning, and I see the message. I don't even tell anybody, and then my head was saying like, okay, no, but then my hand, it was already typing yes and send it, right? So by the time, I talked to my coach, and I say, oh, I'm fighting. And then go, okay, let's do it then.
I was going to say, did they say, what are you doing? You're crazy. Why are you doing this?
He knows me, so yeah.
Nice. Like you said, you fought just, like 6 weeks ago or so. So coming off that fight, did you know, like, I'm going to try to get a fight soon? Or what was the thought process?
Yeah, I wasn't planning on fighting too soon because my next camp, I wanted to do it in Mexico with Team Grasso. So I was, okay, Lupita, let's do a full camp with a new team and the new coach and everything and go from there. But this opportunity came, and as I say, I love fighting, and I was training already so hard. So, I just had a 3-month camp and had a week off, and I was right back into training super hard. So I was thinking, hopefully, like, I get a short notice fight for Vancouver. But then I was like, probably won't happen, right? And then this opportunity came by, and I was like, okay, let's do it. I talked to Francisco Grasso, who's going to be in my corner. And Colin Danes is also going to be in my corner. So, yeah, I got it all figured out. So that was great.
You win here? You still looking for Vancouver?
I was in Vancouver, yeah.
No, would you still try to get a fight in Vancouver if you won here?
Oh, we will see what happens, right? But why not?
Talk about Emily as an opponent. What do you think of her as a fighter?
She's great. She has fought for Bellator, for Invicta, a few fights here in the UFC. So I'm excited for this matchup. I did ask for her before, but she was already matched, or I was already matched. Didn't happen for whatever reason. So as soon as they give me her name, I was already familiar with her. And yeah, I was like, yeah, let's do it.
Nice. Win here, and is the idea to go do a camp in Mexico after this one?
Yes. Yeah, that's the plan.
Very nice. Well, last thing, I guess, what kind of fight do you think we see here? You've had some, split decision last time. You had to go the distance. Do you feel prepared to go the distance again? Or are you hoping you get a finish? Like, what kind of fight do we see?
Yeah, I'm ready for anything. But, of course, I'm looking for the finish, and I'm looking for a better performance from my part. My last one, Calvillo has a lot of experience, and honestly, I learned so much from that fight. So I'm just, here going to get in there, do my job, and finish it.
Loopy, gracias por tomar tiempo para hablar con la prensa. Más que nada, esta pelea es una categoría de 120 libras. ¿Qué beneficios has tenido de no tener que dar el peso exacto y poder tener un poquito más de espacio para no entrenar tan fuerte o comer mejor, etcétera, etcétera?
Sí, mira, simplemente es pues para hacer un mejor performance, ¿no? Porque, fue una pelea en corto aviso. Entonces, pues comer, enfocar en simplemente entrenar duro y pues estar bien alimentada. Porque sí puedo dar los 115, 116, claro que sí, pero ¿para qué no? Si ahorita, puedo comer no decir mis tacos, porque no, pero pues vamos a decir mis tacos, mis burritos, ¿no? Y pues sentirme bien fuerte y pues para darles una pelea increíble.
Claro que sí. Mencionaste que ya conoces a tu oponente. Antes iban a pelear, o estaba programado, la cosa. ¿Qué viste en ella que dijiste, ok, esto me interesa, podemos hacer una pelea juntas, o porque este nombre ya lo conocías antes?
Bueno, ella peleó Jessica Penne y Angela Hill, dos chavos que yo he peleado, entonces dije, pues sería interesante, ¿no? Ver cómo se arma aquí, y pues por eso, y pues su estilo está padre para pues yo hacer lo que yo soy buena en ella.
Entonces me imagino ya la estudiaron. ¿Cómo ves tú tus ventajas contra tu oponente?
Sí, pues vamos a derribar y heavy ground and pound y pues tratar de terminarla.
De acuerdo. Y finalmente para mí, ahorita con tantos latinos en el juego, que especialmente en el octágono, tenemos unos campeones de México. ¿Qué más te motiva de llegar a eso que decir, ok, no nomás tenemos 1 o 2 o 3, pero tenemos a Alexa, Yair y Brandon, que no nomás te enseñaron que es posible, pero que puede que parte de tu legado un día o algo que puedes sin duda llegar a lo más alto de lo alto?
Sí, exacto. Creo que estamos enseñando que sí se puede, ¿no? Con perseverancia, con tiempo, con dedicación y pues amor, ¿no? Al deporte. Todo se puede lograr y se puede, ¿no? Y creo que lo estamos viendo pues campeonas, no solo hombres campeones, pero estamos viendo pues chavas también que estamos subiendo y pues ahora ya Alexa Grasso, que es la campeona, Irene, que va a pelear contra Amanda para el cinturón, entonces creo que pues ahí vamos, ¿no? Paso a pasito ahí, pues enseñando que sí se puede.
De acuerdo, y solo porque es en menos de un mes, ¿cómo ves la pelea de Irene contra la campeona Amanda?
Pues creo que mucha gente se va a sorprender porque la verdad yo veo a Irene ganando. Como lo dije, pues yo he ido a ese gimnasio, he entrenado, conozco pues no solo a ellos, no solo a Alexa e Irene, pero pues a todo el team que tienen un equipazazazo, ¿no? Completísimo y pues van a ver esa noche la sorpresona que nos vamos a llevar todos.
De acuerdo, gracias y buena suerte el sábado.
Muchas gracias. Bien, ¿qué? Gracias.
Andre, it's been 6 months. I know you probably like to fight every week if you could. So has this time away been a good thing or has it been a bad thing?
I think a good thing. I had a lot of things to work on. I've been relying on my boxing a lot, being overconfident. I wasn't in good shape last fight. So I think it was good. I needed a reset. I had a lot of things going on in my life too that I needed to get away from. So I think it was good.
Nice. Was it difficult to come to that realization? I mean, at this point in your career, to say I'm short on some things, I've got to change some things. Is it tough to change? Kind of this far into your career?
I don't think so. I think I just got overconfident, and I thought my hands were enough. But as the level gets higher, and people study me, if they just expecting my hands, it's easier for them to defend and to have a game plan for it. So no, I don't think it was hard. And I guess I had some of those weapons already, but just been working on it more and more.
Nice. Well, you're back now. Joaquin Buckley as an opponent. On paper, it looks like it could be a very fun fight. What do you think about him as an opponent?
Well, I love it. I think it's a great fight. It's very dangerous, very explosive, great athlete. But I think he's not very smart, I should say, fighting. Doesn't have a great IQ. I can say I have used my IQ in the fight as well, but I've been working on my patience a lot. I want to be patient this fight, and I want to use my IQ because I believe I'm a very smart fighter, but I haven't been able to show it on the cage.
Has that been something you've been working on, like in sparring? Like, it's easy to say, like, I'm going to be patient, right? And then somebody hits you, and you're like, I'm going crazy.
Yeah, that's something that always happened to me in the fights. I only think about the attacking and what I'm going to do to them. So when I get that, I get exposed, I get tagged, and then that's like you said, I just want to hit them back and get in that fight because I have that dog in me, yeah. But, yeah, I've been working that on the sparrings a lot and recording, watching myself. Something that I haven't done before. I've been watching him as well. Seeing his striking, seeing what his tendencies are. So yeah, I'm excited for this one. I'm in great shape, and I can't wait to perform Saturday night.
He's changing weight classes, of course. Do you factor that in at all? Like, do you think how that's going to make him different than what you've seen on tape by the fact that he's coming down?
Not really. He gets tired because he likes to brawl, he likes to bang. He's very athletic, he uses his power a lot. Maybe the weight cut is going to make him a little tired as well. I don't know. But he used to fight at 170 in other organizations. We were supposed to fight in another organization that weight. So, no, I'm expecting the best Buckley. I just got to be smart, be my best self.
So you're talking about being smart, you're talking about being patient. On paper, it looks like it's going to be like a crazy fight. Like, do you think you're going to be able to stay smart and patient through 3 rounds, or do you think at some point it goes a little crazy?
Of course not. I'm going to be patient the first minute or two. And then I want to impose my game plan. I want to impose my game. And yeah, but I don't want to get caught early and get emotional. My game plan goes down the pipe. I want to stay calm, stay patient. And because I believe I'm in great shape, I believe if I attack him and am violent with good purpose, I don't think I'll get that tagged. And I think I can impose my game.
Nice. Last thing for me, you had this break. Now that you're back, is it now you want to start fighting as frequently as possible, or does it take a more like kind of slow approach to the career moving forward?
We'll see. I like to fight a lot, but I'm focused on Saturday night. That's my main goal now. I think before I overlooked my opponents. I didn't even study Jake Mattis. I never thought he had, excuse my language, the balls to strike with me. So now I'm focused on Saturday night, and then we'll see what comes after. But yeah, I do like to fight a lot often.
See you in 2 weeks.
Thank you, my friend. Maybe.
Andre, do you feel like you're fighting for your job on Saturday?
I don't want to think about it, to be honest. I want to stay, like I say, patient, smart, and use my skills, all my skills, not just boxing. I want to be a martial artist. That's why I'm here. I want to be a world champion. And yeah, I don't want to think about it. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see.
Who were some of your main training partners this camp? The same crew?
We have a lot of people. I've tried to go with a lot of southpaws to get their tendencies. Evan Elder, Sato. We have a guy, Dre the Bull, he's very good. A little smaller. He used to be 145, but he's big now. I've been sparring with him a lot as well. Vicente Luque is good at southpaw. Yeah, all of them.
So killers, just nothing but killers.
That's all we have at Kill Cliff. So.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Hair game's looking strong, man.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Well, welcome back. It's been a while, man. It's, a year and a half, I guess, at this point. Talk to me about how it feels to be back on a fight week.
It feels great, I bring this energy in, and it's good to feel like welcome over here. And then, the UFC, you guys always having a good patient with me, and it's great. It's great to be here back, especially 1 year and a half away. Ooh, I love it. I love this energy right now.
Nice. July, I guess. What happened in July that you weren't able to compete?
Yeah, July, I suffered an injury, something like, I don't know what I can say, but was under my collarbone, my rib, like a little life fracture. And it took me, a real good time to recover, but now I'm back and better than ever, and took me, that time to focus on myself.
Nice. I was gonna say, was it challenging? I mean, I know you guys all love to compete, right? So to not be able to do that for a whole year, I mean, was it a challenging year for you, or was it maybe a rewarding year for you because you got to focus on yourself?
Yeah. I took this time, I was not in a rush to get back, after an injury. I kind of like give it to a little step back, from the competition. But one thing, I came back to compete more Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. One thing I stopped to doing, and I kind of like lean more into that, get back to the adrenaline, have a couple more fights, and then it's great. It's great to having that, like visualize what it was gonna be my goal from here and on. And it took me a little time, but, it's good to be back.
Nice. How much time did you spend during that year, like maybe watching the fights? You had a couple setbacks, watching those and learning lessons. I mean, was that a focus of learning what you could take out of those 3 setbacks?
It was more like, focus on myself, I want to, especially after my few loss I had, I kind of took my time to see what's gonna be my focus. And I took that time to talk to my family, with my coaches, see what I need to change. Because, after like Anthony Perez fight, I kind of like, I thought I was not supposed to be trained as much, especially being in the ranking, being in there already between the sharks. I was not putting that much effort no more. I was just like, okay, I need to maintain. But in reality, I need to grind, and be there, like not train as hard, but training smart, and that make me visualize that, make me look more through that, talk to my coaches, because I was doing too much like being a coach to myself, especially because I have my own business, I have my own gym, and that time it took me to see that, see that it's not only about you, like to yourself, like you need to have someone to guide you to really point it in the right direction, especially with your goals. And Coach Safe, my coaches, my family really guided me through that this 1 year and a half. And I'm happy, to see that, see I was doing wrong to get right. And so I'm here now.
Nice. You get Michael Johnson in the comeback. I mean, a veteran that's been around a long time. I mean, talk to me about the matchup and what you think of him as a fighter.
Damn, it's, I've been watching Michael Johnson for a long time, and this guy, it's danger, every aspect, like in the hands or his wrestling and everything. I don't take him like a granted, but I feel this is my moment, and I know he's a strong guy, he's a great competitor, and it's something I need to have a challenge, especially in our division, You cannot be really choosing fights. It's whatever you turn, you have a sharks around. So, it's not much to choose. And I know Johnson's going to bring the best on me. And I'm expecting that. I'm expecting he come like, fireballs on his hands. And I'll be that, there to accept and then take to the deep ocean and see what the fight's going to bring to myself.
I love it. Last thing for me. Pick up a big win here. What's the idea? I mean, do you feel like you got to fight frequently now since you did lose that year, or do you want to take time in between fights? Like, what's the plan?
No, I want to get back. I already have some names, but right now my focus is on Michael Johnson, but I really have to get back on those losses. I'm happy for the Rush, been almost there onto the title shot, something like then that fight was back and forth between me and Han, and I'm happy for Han. I'm happy he's there, and just make me more hungry to get what I would deserve to be, and I want to get there. I want to be having that little taste of the title again.
obviously had a setback in December. I'm sure that was a little bit frustrating, but what lessons could you take out of that fight?
就是说去年12月份这个比赛并不如意，然后你从那场比赛中学到了什么？
学到了很多，感觉自己通过那场成长了很多，在各方面。学到了很多，感觉从那场以后，自己的格斗方面，然后战术方面，成长了很多。
I definitely learned a lot, specific strategically. I learned a lot.
5 months since, were you hoping to come back sooner, or did you want that time away to maybe work on those things?
就是说离上场比赛已经有5个月了，就是说你本来想着更快的出场，还是回赛场，还是说是想过一段时间再接比赛？你是怎么考虑的？
通过那一场以后吗？
对，您那场比赛之后是5个月嘛？你觉得5个月时间是比较快的，还是说比较充足？
对，我的原计划就是5个月左右打一场。
Yes, that's his original plan to take a fight around like 5 months.
Very nice. Viacheslav as an opponent, what do you think of him as a fighter?
对于你的对手这个 Slava， 你是怎么评价他的？
上一次的？
你怎么评价你这场比赛的对手 Slava？
这场没有什么评价的。
No comment.
He's been out wrestled in some of his fights, but I know that you kind of like to strike as well. What's more important to you, to play to his weakness, or to maybe do what you do best?
他是一个站立打击手，但他上2场比赛都被摔了。这场比赛你是打算进攻他的弱点，主攻摔跤呢，还是用你的站立打？
这项是综合格斗嘛，然后我会什么招式都打，对，武器库很丰富。
This is mixed martial art. I will mix up, and I have a lot of weapons in my arsenal.
Nice. Last thing for me, on paper, it looks like it could be a very exciting fight. Is that what you're expecting to have here?
从这个数据上来看，这场比赛应该会打得很精彩。你觉得是不是会有一场精彩的比赛？
对，肯定的，那是必须的。
Yes, definitely.